I know I keep forgetting you're not sitting next to me.
Okay, are we ready? Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining us. So I will call this meeting to order at 6 o'clock. And this is our meeting of the City of Soledad. This is our joint City Council Successor Agency Housing Authority and Successor Housing Agency regular meeting of Wednesday, April 1st. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. Thank you for those that are joining us via Zoom, those that are joining us on our YouTube channel, and those that are here in our dais as well. And as we always like to say, civic participation and your engagement is critical to this public process. So just a couple of reminders for today's meeting. The public has several options to participate. You can join the meeting here in our dais. You can also join the meeting to make public comments by joining the meeting via Zoom. And the meeting ID for today's meeting is located on the agenda. For today, that meeting ID is A3643220050. You can also join via telephone. That number remains the same, and that's 1-669-900-6833. And the meeting is also streamed on our YouTube channel. Just to remind everyone that comments made here will not be part of the public record of this meeting. You do need to join us via Zoom or a phone in person if you want your comments to be part of the meeting's public record. And as always, we do have a Spanish translator. So with that, if we can get a roll call, please.
Mayor Ana Velasquez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Fernando Antonio Sanchez.
Here.
Councilmember Fernando. Councilmember Elisa Benavides.
Here.
Councilmember Ben Hogan.
Here.
And we will be having Councilmember Cabrera join us remotely. So he will be joining us shortly with that. And then also were we able to allow the interpreter to join as a panelist? Perfect, thank you. Okay, so with that, we will move on to our public comments on closed session items. So at this time, any member of the public may address the council on closed session items that are appearing on the agenda. Speakers do have 3 minutes. If you can please be brief and to the point. So at this time, we do have three closed session items. The first closed session item is the city council will recess to closed session pursuant to government code section 54956.98D1 to confer with its attorney regarding pending litigation, which has been initiated formally and which the city is party, WC claim of Lopez. Second item is the city council will recess to closed session pursuant to government code section 54956.9A to confer with its attorney regarding pending litigation, which has been initiated formally and to which the city is a party, claim of Vigil. And item 3, the city council will recess to closed session to consider personal matters pursuant to government code section 54957B1, city manager evaluation. So at this time, is there any comments on the closed session, any public comments on closed session items? Anyone? And I'll start with those that are joining us here in our chambers. Okay, seeing none, then I will take it to those that are joining us via Zoom. And I don't see any hands raised. Okay, so at this time, then I will close the public comment section for the closed session items. And at this time, then we will recess to closed session and we will return at 6:30 for the public portion of the meeting. Thank you.
Unfortunately.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you. I know we went a little bit over from our schedule 6:30, so thank you for your patience as we discussed our 3 items on closed session. So as we reconvene from closed session, I will turn it over to our city attorney to report out on the closed session items.
Yes, on item number 1, which is the workers' comp claim of Lopez, the council approved a tentative settlement and gave direction to legal counsel on that. No other reportable action was taken. On item number 2, which is the claim of Vigil, the council voted unanimously to deny the claim and provided direction to legal counsel. No other reportable action was taken. And on item number 3, the city manager evaluation. Basically, the discussion was on process of the evaluation process. itself, and direction was provided to the city attorney. And the council appointed a subcommittee consisting of Councilmember Benuelos and Councilmember Caldera, I'm sorry, to act basically as liaisons during the evaluation process, and no other reportable action was taken.
Thank you. So with that, then we will move on to our next item on our agenda. At this time, we have our, we have our Pledge of Allegiance, and if you could please stand, if those are you that are joining us here. And if I can have our newest member of our city team, Ana Ambris, if you can lead us on the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, and at this time, do we have any additions or modifications to the agenda? I don't think we have any, correct?
No.
Okay, so we'll move on to public comments. So at this time,
Oh, Mayor, I apologize. We do, MCBC is not going to be able to make the presentation. They had an emergency, and we'll reschedule for April 15th.
okay,
Apologies.
thank you. Okay, so we'll make that note, no presentation for today. So we'll go on to our public comments. So at this time, any member of the public may address the city council on items not appearing on the agenda and items of interest to the public that are within the jurisdiction of the city council. For the public, just making sure that that you have 3 minutes. Please be brief and to the point. For those of you that are joining us here in our chambers, if you can please come up to the podium. Those of you that are joining us via Zoom, if you are going to make a public comment, if you can please use the raise hand feature so we can recognize you and you can unmute. And again, we always ask both the public and the council as well, if we can please maintain decorum during the public comment portion, and please refrain from making any personal attacks or derogatory comments when you're making your public comments. And then additionally, when the speaker has the floor, please, we request that you don't interrupt and allow them to finish speaking. And that's part of the decorum of policies that we have. And just making sure that we just kindly, again, ask that you refrain from any of the derogatory comments. So with that, do we have any public comments from those that are joining us here in our dais? In our chambers. Okay, seeing none, then let me take it out to those that are joining us via Zoom. And I don't see any hands raised. Okay, so I will then close the public comment portion at this time. Okay, seeing none. Okay, then I will move on to our next item. And this is our next item is introduction of our new employee. And we have Ana Ambris, who's our Parks and Recreation Director. So I will turn it over to her.
Hello, Mayor and council members. My name is Ana Ambris, and I am truly honored to have been selected to serve as the new Parks and Recreation Director. I look forward to working with the Soledad team, with our partners and community overall to continue to provide essential services to our community. I look forward to getting to know all of you and working with you.
Thank you. Thank you and welcome. We're excited to have you. So thank you.
And through the chair, I probably should have also added that I asked Mike to just. Oops. Oh,
No.
I also asked Mike to just say hi too. So I apologize. I should have added that to the agenda as well.
Okay, so come on up, Mike.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. It really is an honor to be here tonight officially as a full-time employee of the city of Soledad as your new assistant city manager. I look forward to continuing working with you. I've appreciated the council support and the staff support over the many years, and I look forward to much more and working closely with Megan to move forward our strategic objectives and our strategic plan. So thank you for your support that you've always given me and the team. And I look forward to some really good years.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Well, we're excited to have you, and I know you've been really instrumental with the city, so we're excited to have you as part of an official city employee, and so super excited. And as well, Anna, congratulations also for being selected to be our next recreation director, and so we're really excited to have you on board as well, so welcome. Thank you. So Megan, any comments on your behalf?
Oh, thank you. Well, I just want to say I'm very thrilled to have both Anna and Mike here. Anna is coming from the city of Salinas, where she was a Rec and Park superintendent. And I got a little chance to work with her. She worked in the community development department for a few years in the housing and housing programs, and then before that, neighborhood services. So she has a wide range of experiences that I know she'll bring to Soledad. Of course, it's bittersweet because we had to say goodbye to Jessica Potts, who moved to Arizona. But I do think that Anna is going to help continue the great legacy that Jessica left and bring some new ideas to the department. And then I just also want to thank council again, tremendous for allowing the hire of an assistant city manager. Mike is able to hit the ground running, and it's already paying dividends just 3 days in. So I really appreciate the support in doing that. It will enable me to really focus on some of the high priority projects listed in the strategic plan, and Mike will take on some of the administrative duties of city management that can sometimes pull you away from things like economic development. So I really appreciate your support on adding this position to the city of Soledad. And for the public, we're not just adding positions, we're actually repurposing and shifting money we've used through contract services into an investment in full-time staff. So our budgets are tight, but we're trying to be smarter with the dollars that we have, and to get someone of Mike's caliber, I think is going to actually result in us having more funding at the end of the day. So I just wanted to let the public know we're not just, adding positions, we're being smarter with the limited resources that we have. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Megan. Thank you. And having come from the city of Salinas and working there for 20 years, I have to say, I think it's, anyways, for me, it's always special to be able to have people that come from the city. And I always say Soledad is my first love, but Salinas is my second, having worked there for 20 years. So welcome. Okay, so with that, thank you. Welcome again. And so let's move on then to our next item on our agenda, and it's our youth council. So we have a program update and street safety initiative, and I see Giovanni is here with us, so if you can make your way up to the podium.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. It's great to see you all again. Sadly, my fellow commissioners weren't able to be here due to a conflict in schedule, but I will be here in representation of the Youth Council. As the weeks continue to fly by, we are quickly approaching the end of our council cohort for this year. Nonetheless, the time that we and our members have dedicated to the Youth Council highlights the meaningful process and momentum we have carried over within these past few months. On February 24th, we held a hybrid meeting with representatives from TAMSI and Public Works. During this meeting, we confirmed the date, time, and permits needed to move forward with our sidewalk painting initiative. These key partners have strengthened our relationship, and we're truly grateful to TAMSI and Public Works. for providing the support and resources that help turn our goals into reality. Once again, there was a meeting with Public Works on March 17th to discuss additional efforts to improve community safety. Over the next few months leading into summer, we will be working closely with Public Works to revamp and recreate street safety videos, specifically videos that educate the public about AB 413, the harm of vandalism, and our city's bilingual crosswalks. These videos will feature engaging and eye-catching media designed to reach both youth and the broader community. Continuing on this initiative, the sidewalk painting event, originally scheduled for March 28th, is now scheduled for this upcoming April 4th. We are still committed to making this mini initiative a success. We hope this event will help educate our community, especially our youth, on the importance of recognizing road signs and following traffic laws. We encourage you, if you have the opportunity, to visit and see our work firsthand in front of San Vicente Elementary School. Also, the Youth Council has been hard at work on other projects outside solely the Youth Council. We are happy to share that we are moving along with the planning of the South County Youth Summit. In accordance with what we mentioned in the previous meeting, we are currently working with the Youth Councils of Greenfield and Gonzales to plan our 3rd annual South County Youth Summit. Being more than happy to share that on March 6th, we toured this year's summit location, the brand new community center in Gonzales, allowing us to better assess and plan the layout for our workshops and resource fair that we'll host on May 2nd at the Gonzales Community Center. Building on the subject of our youth summit, our promotion and outreach committee has been working hard to develop this year's summit logo and mini flyers. Our council will represent Soledad at the event by hosting a resume building workshop aimed at youth who need support in preparing resumes for future job opportunities. We look forward to sharing more information as the date approaches. Exciting plans are underway to ensure a fun yet informative South County Youth Summit, hoping all fellow youth from within these tri-cities take part in attending the summit. Despite our busy schedule, we are excited to host events that engage and inform our local community. With the continued support of our youth, council members, and community, we are inspired and committed to making these upcoming events our biggest and most successful yet. Thank you, and we hope you will have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Giovanni. Thank you for all the work that you guys are doing, and thank you for the report. So let me see if there's any questions that the council may have. Any questions for Giovanni?
I don't have questions, but I have comments. Again, just commending the Youth Council. I think these are all really good initiatives. I think for me, especially like the vandalism prevention is interesting, or hits to me, because, you know, a lot of the time things are vandalized, and it just makes me think about what better ways we can outreach to the youth for them to have an outlet, to be able to have areas that they can be creative. You know, I know that there's a lot of programs in other cities, especially bigger cities, right, that we have more funding for them to be able to like express themselves. I know in bigger cities too, I've seen that they're able to have like designated areas for like a group like graffiti art, that they're able to do something like that too. So I feel like it would be really nice to one day in the future get to that point, you know. And I think with having a new Parks and Recreations director, I think it'll be really great to be able to bridge sort of these types of activities so we can hit different types of youth, you know. I know exercise is really important, and I wish I did a lot more of it when I was younger, but I know a lot of folks that's not their thing, you know. Maybe they want to go in the art route, so I think it'd be great to have something more like that. But also you touched a little bit about resume workshops. That's going to be part of the youth summit, correct?
Indeed, that's a workshop we're helping facilitate, and yeah, that's the one we're responsible for as the Soledad Youth Council.
Awesome. So as folks may know, I am the interim director of outreach at Monterey Peninsula College. So I work with a lot of first-year students. I run a first-year program, and that's like the biggest thing that I see that students need help with is a resume, because they are looking for jobs, especially as they're coming in to kind of finance their education. And
they're just not very strong. And also, I find also students also kind of have difficulty even writing an email. So it'd be really cool to have like that component. Also, so it's like a wrap around of like, okay, how do I even send an email saying that I'm interested in a job? This is what my resume can look like, stuff like that too. So I'm really excited to hear that's something that you guys are doing. Because it is really important, and I think it's things that we don't think about or we forget, you know. But I think it's great. I'm excited.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And Councilmember Cabrera, I see your hands up. So let me finish with the council here, and then I'll go to you. So I saw your hands up. Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cabrera.
Giovanni, thank you so much for our presentation. I mean, I actually don't have any questions. I think you guys are doing a great job and moving forward with the plans on even educating the youth. Great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Giovanni, I have a question. Thank you for the presentation. On the youth summit is in Gonzales, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and that's in May.
On May 2nd.
May 2nd.
I have these flyers here.
Oh, okay.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
Then you can leave one with our view too, so she has it.
Do you want me to just pass it?
Yes.
Thank you.
And thank you for also doing that, the Instagram reel as well for the youth summit. So that's really exciting. So you guys are getting yourselves out there in social media, and I love that. My question to you is, I'm going to echo what Mayor Pro Tem mentioned in regards to resume and then also response by email. Are you guys planning to have someone who does that, or are you guys going to be doing it, like facilitating it, managing it?
We will.
Support, like someone in the profession,
We
or
will.
just your experience.
We will have someone that's catered to that. I know that we're working with Harnell since they specify in one of those programs, and they will facilitate it to our needs. We're currently working on that, and we're going to discuss on how we want it suited to our peers in the best manner possible.
Awesome. Thank you. No other questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Cabrera.
Yeah, thank you. And one of the things that I heard about you guys is, besides the great work that you guys are doing, is that you were trying to work with TAMC in the program they had, zero something that
Vision
tries
Zero?
to, yeah. And I usually travel a lot on Gavilan and Metz roads. And when you guys mentioned about the painting, it occurred to me that maybe as you guys are already in that process helping TAMC, it will be kind of cool to introduce a proposition so that they can paint the street on Gavilan and Metz. Because if you see, it's almost, it doesn't have anything. So in a few months, it's going to be getting dark around 4 o'clock, and people are still walking from school to the house, and there's a problem when it starts raining, when it's getting dark and you don't see the lines. I found myself in a couple of occasions almost going into the middle of the street because there's no lines from the street. So if you guys are working, maybe that would be another project that you guys can finalize by the end of the year by the end of this year. So I know you guys work a lot and have a lot of resources. And just so that all of us can understand, you guys have committees, right? Have a research committee, have an outreach committee. So you have subcommittees that help you do all this work and make all this planning, right?
Indeed, yes. And what you're just discussing on Vision Zero, that's our primary goal, and we're trying to build up to it. I know that Alex was a great contribution in bridging that with TAMC, and we are seeing ways that in the future we can potentially build up to that and apply to those grants and meet all the criteria in order to implement those street safety lines.
No, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you. Thank you, Giovanni. And I know I sit on TAMC, and I know we've been working on Vision Zero, but we do have Alex here who's going to provide an update. So Alex, do you have especially on the lines on those streets which belong to the city?
Yeah, of course. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Alex Ramos, Engineering Project Manager with the City of Soledad. A few updates, actually. I'm really excited to present these. It's a little sneak peek for the next council meeting. But I'm happy to say that the city is working on a citywide striping plan project. So the area that Councilmember Cabrera mentioned, it is in our purview. We recognize that it is an issue and we are working to address it as a big, larger city project. In addition, with Vision Zero, that's actually scheduled for our next council meeting. The city has been working closely with TAMSI and the regional efforts to implement a Vision Zero for the Monterey County. Soledad has its own section, and we'll be providing that at the next council meeting, and kind of briefly talking about some of the great things that we've been working on and the outreach efforts and all that good stuff.
Yeah, and I believe there's also an application that was submitted with TAMSI also for
The ATP.
the
Yeah,
ATP.
correct.
Yeah.
We're currently in the process of working with Kimley Horn for submitting ATP Cycle 8. We've already had our coordination meetings, our kickoff, and we've been in the data gathering process, but we're on track to be submitting an ATP Cycle 8 application with a very large and ambitious project in the threshold of maybe $26 million. So fingers crossed, but staff is working and we're working closely with TAMSI as well, in addition to the Youth Council.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Alex, for those updates. And thank you, Giovanni. I think for me, I just wanted to say thank you. And thank you for working on those messagings. I think for me, it's also looking at how do we include some of these stakeholders that we have locally to be able to ensure that we also have buy-in from other local stakeholders on the messaging. You guys are amazing, but I think it's also a collaborative and collective effort. So including other stakeholders, engaging other stakeholders in the community, I think it's important. So I know you guys are probably working with the school district as well, but it's also looking at what potential businesses do we have that can also support with the messaging, making sure that we're, reaching out to them. And then also for me is looking at, how do we sustain these efforts even beyond, right? I know Vision Zero is one, they're going to have some money, but we need beyond that, right? It's how do we sustain those efforts here? How do we continue, especially on the safety, pedestrian safety? And I know we've talked about how do we make sure that there's awareness and that becomes part of who we are in Soledad, and it becomes, part of the messaging that's really critical. And your voice as young people is really important, but we need that awareness and a collective voice. So it's, the messaging is critical, but also the sustainability of those efforts. And then also policy, I think as part of what we want to do is the policy piece to be able to, have you guys, you're already working with TAMS, you're already working with Public Works, but in what you're doing is how do you translate some of that work into a policy piece that can be sustainable for the long term in terms of those safety initiatives, right? So they don't go away. So when you go away to college, those safety initiatives and policies that you set to put in place, that they continue, right? So it's looking at the policy piece as well. So thank you. Okay, so a lot of good work being done. So thank you so much. And so we'll move on to our next item of business, and we'll move on to the consent calendar since we don't have the presentation component. So at this time, man, do we have any members of the public? So we have 12 items on our consent calendar. Excuse me, do we have any members of the public that wish to pull any items from the consent calendar? And so any members of the public that are with us here today that would like to pull a consent calendar, any items from the consent calendar for comment or discussion? Okay, see none.
Darlene.
Oh, Darlene. Okay, so we'll pull consent item number 10. Let me just pull that. Okay, Darlene. Okay. And then I have a comment on number 11. Okay. Do we have any members of the public that are joining us via Zoom that want to pull a item from the consent calendar for comment or discussion? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to look at my participants. There's none? Okay. Okay, nobody on Zoom either then, so just wanting to make sure. Sorry, Megan. I'm trying. Okay, so seeing none, then council, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of items 10 and 11.
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Caldera, and can I get a roll call, please?
Mayor Ana Velazquez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Fernando Ansaldo Sanchez,
Aye.
Councilmember Fernando Cabrera,
Yes.
Councilmember Ebrisa Benuelos,
Yes.
Councilmember Ben Caldera.
Yes.
Okay, so motion carries unanimously with the exception of items 10 and 11. So Darlene, I will send it over to you for the comment on item number 10.
This comment was received from Monterey Salinas Transit. Dear Soledad City Council, Monterey Salinas Transit, MST, provides public transportation throughout the city of Soledad. MST uses full-size and cutaway vehicles which are over 10 feet wide. MST operates 2 fixed route lines that serve the city of Soledad. Line 23 travels between Salinas and King City. Line 32 runs in a loop around the city of Soledad. We also provide door-to-door transit through the ADA paratransit service rides. MST has reviewed the staff report and supporting documents for the consent calendar item 10 and offers the following comments for consideration. MST is supportive of Safe Routes to School program and is invested in creating environments that are safe for people who walk, bike, drive, and ride the bus to school. It is crucial for road safety improvement projects to be compatible with transit service. Travel lanes should be a minimum width of 11 feet for buses to safely navigate throughout without encroaching on other lanes. We request that all road improvements adhere to the most updated version of our designing for transit guidelines to ensure our fixed routes and paratransit service can continue to provide safe service. Additionally, MST requests to be included as a stakeholder in the task 1.1 project meeting step of the design process. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments. If there are any questions about the above comments, please direct them to me at movemeyer@mst.org or by phone 831-264-5877. Sincerely, Michelle Overmeyer, Director of Planning and Innovation. Thank you.
Thank you, Darlene. Thank you for that. Mike, I have a comment. Can I make a comment?
On the MST comment?
Yes. Yeah. So I just want to make a comment on the MST comment because I know that obviously as we're doing a lot of this road work and improvements, MST is a partner for the city. I know Councilmember Cabrera obviously sits as part of the JPA. So I want to make sure that as we're doing a lot of these roadway improvements, that there is that partnership collaboration. I know that this is not the first time that we received comments from MST. So I just want assurance that we are reaching out to them to be able to obtain, we're able to obtain feedback as we're doing these roadway improvements. They're asking to be included as a stakeholder as we move forward. So I just want to make sure that that does happen and that they are included as part of our partnership, as part of the JPA that Soledad belongs. Well, I don't think it's a JPA that, we belong to them as part of, we are a partner and that we continue to proceed as a partner, especially when we're doing these really critical roadway projects.
Good evening once again, Madam Mayor and council members. If I may take the moment to just say the following. With this project, a lot of the improvements are scheduled at intersections along Gapland and Orchard. The circulator bus route happens to navigate through some of these corridors. So when we go through these design efforts, we will be reaching out to MSTA and referencing their guidelines to ensure we don't disrupt the services we just got as a city. It's important that we all, play along and make sure everything works cohesively, because at the end of the day, it's a service and a benefit for the city and the community. So with that being said, yes, we will invite them as a stakeholder, and we will be working with them as we move forward with this project.
I know Councilmember Cabrera has his hand up.
Yes, I just wanted to add that we have been in contact with MSC, and Megan can say more on that. We have scheduled a couple of meetings with them later on. I think it's in April and May. So they offer to collaborate with us, and we are in that process to collaborate with the projects that we have in the city. So we are part of it. I think that what they're doing is reinforcing the fact that they are our partners, and they're putting their information there so that we know that they are there to help us.
Good. Yeah, thank you for that. I know typically it's always an afterthought. I sat on the board for a long time, and I know, like, especially with some of the projects that we've had in the past, it's been an afterthought as part of transportation. So just wanting to make sure that we continue as a partnership with the projects that we have moving forward on the roadway improvement. So thank you for that. Thank you for
Yeah,
those
sure.
comments.
Thank you.
And through the chair, I just also want to mention, I believe they're on a general plan steering committee as well. So we are coordinating with MST.
So perfect. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Alex.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you. And don't go anywhere, because the next one's yours too. And on C11, I just want to, on C11, so my comment is I don't necessarily have issues in terms of the contract change order for that specific item, but I did want to make a comment in reference to that specific project. And I did want to preface by saying that I did talk to Megan about that, about this project, because it's a very extensive project, but I know that we're still hearing some concerns in regards to the community with this project. It's a very large project. I know that at least for me, and I think some of the other council members are hearing some concerns. And I know when we talked about this, Alex, when we had approved the project, was that there was going to be more more consistent outreach for our community. And I know that we have a website that has a timeline, that has information, but I think the city has done a stellar job in terms of, or has done a good job on social media. And I think most of the people in our community really don't go to our website, but really are more on social media to be able to look at, what's happening, what are some of the updates. And so making sure that as this project moves forward, because it does impact, it's impacting a large portion of our city, that we are continuing to do some of those highlights and updates, especially when it's around the schools and some of those heavy trafficked areas, that we're continuing to do some of that awareness education with our community. And then I know we've heard a lot, because I know I did at the beginning, and I continue to hear about the big heavy equipment that's out in the streets, and doing more of that education with our community and just letting them know why does that happen. We have a lot where we approved for the construction crew to be able to have their equipment there. Why do we continue to see that equipment out in our communities, when I know we had a discussion about the big heavy semis not being out in, Gavilan Drive, and now we have this equipment there. So I think it's important for us to be able to address those concerns and being able to do a little bit more awareness. And as I said, I want to make sure that I do say, I know we've had a discussion with Megan, and we talked about just trying to make sure that we have more of that awareness, because it still keeps coming up. So wanting to make sure, because this is a massive project and we're still going to have more months. So if we can.
Yeah, through the chair, I don't want to put Alex on the spot, because this is probably on my my to-do list, but we did actually meet. We have our executive team meetings every Wednesday morning. And I talked to Eric and
Mhm.
Hilda, and we decided that we were going to do weekly updates on this project. And part of that will explain to the public why the equipment sometimes doesn't move. And that's because it can create more wear and tear to take it, in traffic, to take it all the way to the site and then bring it back when we're going to be there for a very short period of time. But I do agree with you, Mayor, that we can do a better job of using social media. So I did ask Eric to start doing that today. So we'll be working on that.
And
Yeah,
to the
I didn't-
chair.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but since you were already there,
Yeah.
I know it's one of the projects that you're working on, you did such a great job.
Well,
but-
yeah, I didn't want him to commit Eric to doing anything. So
And to the chair,
Thank you.
if I may add, thank you, because there's a lot of equipment I want to, concur with Mayor Velasquez is, they have been reaching out to me as well. But I just say, you know what, I'm one of those persons where I'm in a hurry. It's like, come on, just, take your time, or just take a little extra because there's always traffic coming on Oak Street
Yes.
and coming on Monterey because that's where it's happening right now. And so I've been getting those calls, concerns like, okay, well, plan your time right ahead because even when you come into Soledad, there's a project. I call it the teleprompter,
Yes.
So, I mean, that's visible too. So I want to, thank you, Alex, for doing that and social media.
Yeah.
Just continue to do it.
We-
So,
we definitely will.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. So with that, then I will entertain a motion to approve items C-10 and C-11.
Motion to approve?
Okay, second. So we have a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Oh, I think it's roll call.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry,
Because
roll
it's-
call.
yeah.
Yes, roll call.
Mayor Ana Velazquez.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Fernando Gonzalez Sanchez.
I'm
Councilmember Fernando Cabrera.
Yes, if that was for me.
Yes.
Yes.
Willow.
Yes.
Councilmember Ben Caldera.
Yes.
Okay, so motion carries unanimously for those two items. So thank you so much. So we'll move on. Thank you so much, Alex. Thank you. So we'll move on to our next item of business and we have a public hearing. So with this, we have public hearing, waiver of reading, adoption and read by title only, ordinance number 777. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Soledad amending chapter 17.38.260 secondary residential units. Title 17 zoning of the Soledad Municipal Code to incorporate new regulations pertaining to state law and implementation of the Soledad 6 cycle housing element. So with the public hearing, we'll receive the staff report. We'll open up the public hearing. Then we'll close the public hearing and then we'll bring it back to council action. And I know we've had this item, since November, I believe, of last year. So we're bringing it back and I will turn it over to Ariana for the staff report.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, Council. I'll be doing a brief presentation on this item, and I know our IT staff is working on a few things, but we've seen the presentation. It's the same one as the last meeting and similar to the one in November as well. So there's no major modifications to that besides the fact that the proposed ordinance being reviewed and considered for adoption tonight by council will be submitted to HCD for review. Upon review, if HD has any major amendments specifically to any major changes to the definition or the actions proposed in the ordinance, then yes, we do have to bring this back to council for review and consideration on the process. But if there's minor changes, then it'll be something that we can move forward with based on HCD's response. So as I mentioned, this ADU or as it was mentioned, this ordinance has been with the City Council for review since November, and last meeting we presented it again to clarify more on the 323 units, which just adds more regulations to the allowable ADUs, and also clarifying new owner occupancy requirements for JADUs, and we clarified those comments last meeting as well. Therefore, I conclude the brief staff report tonight, and if you have any additional questions on the items presented in the staff report, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay, So with that, then let me open up the public hearing. So I will open up the public hearing at 7:37. And I will take it out to those that are joining us here in our dais, if there's in our chambers, if there's any one that would like to make a public comment on our public hearing number 1. Do we have any public comments on public hearing number 1? Okay, seeing none, then I will take it out to those that are joining us via Zoom. Are there any comments from those that are joining us via Zoom on public hearing number 1? Okay, seeing no hands raised, then I will close the public hearing at 7:38. So I will bring it back to council for, I'll bring it back for discussion first, if there's any comments or questions before we take action. So council, any comments or questions for Ariana?
I do not.
Okay.
No.
Councilmember Caldera?
I do not. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Cabrera?
No, no comments or questions.
Okay, Mariana, I don't have any. I think it was pretty clear in terms of the 2 items that came back to us, what we did with those. And it's take it out to HCD and hopefully it gets approved. I know you guys have been in consultation with them to make the modifications. So hopefully they give us approval and we can move forward. Thank you so much for working on that and really addressing. And I wanted to say thank you so much for addressing the responses as well to the letter that we received and making it really clear in terms of how to address those responses based on some of the changes in the regulations or the state regulations that were modified, right? From our old ordinance to what we have now and what needed to change. So I really appreciate all of those updates and responses to that letter. So that made it really clear and easy to understand.
Yeah, thank you. That was also with PlaceWorks, our consultant team, who's been helping us with all these amendments and interpretation by our city attorney, which was very helpful as well. So thanks.
Yeah, and I really appreciate that. It really did strengthen the policy to make it more clear in terms of what those regulations and regulatory provisions were. So yeah, thank you. So thank you guys for the work that you did on that. So if there's no questions or comments on that, then I would entertain a motion for approval of, we have to waive on this.
You read the title into the record already, so we just need a motion to waive reading, read by title only, and approve ordinance, blah, blah, blah.
Motion to waive reading, adopt and read by title only ordinance number 777.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor and a second. Can we get a roll call, please?
Mayor Ana Velazquez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fernando Gonzalez Sanchez,
Aye.
Councilmember Fernando Cabrera,
Yes.
Councilmember Elvisa Gonzalo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ben Caldera.
Yes.
Okay, so motion carried
Thank you.
unanimously. Thank you so much for all the work that you did on that. Okay, phew, that was good. That was good. Okay, so we will move on now to our next and final item of business. So we have resolution number 6347, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Soledad approving amended City of Soledad policy and procedures for the naming of city parks and facilities. And so I will turn this over to Mike, to our city attorney.
Sure. This item appears on the agenda in response to a request that was received at the future agenda items portion of the last city council meeting that we had, and deals primarily with the idea or considering the renaming of facilities and streets, parks and facilities and streets that are named after Cesar Chavez. This comes about as a result of a number of accusations that have been leveled against Mr. Chavez that he engaged in some inappropriate, illegal conduct. And as a result of that, many cities, counties and even the state itself are considering removing his name from various facilities, streets, so forth and so on. So upon receiving the request, staff looked into a couple of issues, and the first thing that became apparent is that we do not have. Well, I should preface this by the fact that in Soledad we have a park that is named after Mr. Chavez, and we have a street that is located within one of the housing projects that is also named after him. So the first thing that we noted was that the city currently does not have a process for the renaming of streets. For the most part, when streets get their names, it's part of the subdivision process. Developers prepare maps, and when we approve the maps, the names that are on the maps are approved. There's usually a vetting process to make sure that the street names are not confusing or don't duplicate street names that already exist and so forth and so on. But we don't actually have a process for renaming streets at the current time. Secondly, we pulled out and dusted off the old facilities and parks naming policy that was adopted by the council in 2018. And one of the first things we noted was that there are some deficiencies in that particular policy. Probably the most important is that it does not recognize or specifically state that the city council has the ability to initiate a renaming of a facility or a park. It seems to only anticipate that that would be done upon receipt of a petition from members of the community and so forth. The other issue that is noted in the policy is that it makes reference to the Parks and Recreation Committee as the first stage in the renaming process and the naming process, and that particular committee no longer exists. It also designated the Public Works Director as basically the gatekeeper for the whole naming and renaming process, and had him or her receiving the petitions and so forth for renaming. So as a first step, we decided that even if the council does not decide that they want to engage in the renaming process for either the park or the street, that we needed to fix the policy. So the item that you have before you this evening to actually take action on is the resolution, and that resolution will make amendments to the existing policy to specifically add a provision that allows the council itself to forward an action to initiate a name changing or a renaming. And also we have deleted references to the Parks and Recreation Committee since it no longer exists or functions, and just have sort of compressed the process that would take place. So an application now would be received by, we also changed that it's no longer the Public Works Director. It's going to go, the application will be forwarded to the Community and Economic Development Director. And then upon determination the application is complete, it would come to the council with input from various directors who may have something to say about it. So, so that is the first step in this action this evening. And then secondly, just a general discussion is also anticipated as to whether or not the council wants to entertain the idea, once we have this policy in place, of renaming the park. At least at this point, that is the only action that could be taken because we don't have a street renaming policy. And there is some question that we have not yet fully vetted as to whether or not the city has jurisdiction over the renaming of this particular street that's located within this housing project. So we had to figure that out and then probably come back to you and address the issue of how we would establish something to allow the renaming of a street. We may be able to just piggyback and add something to this policy that you're adopting this evening, but we decided to wait and get direction from you if you're pursuing that. We also had to contact, obviously, the affordable housing folks who are in charge of this particular project. But so those are the two items that we have for you this evening. One is the consideration of the change to the policy by way of adoption of the resolution that's before you. And the second is a general discussion and direction that you can provide to staff as to whether or not you want to proceed with some process for the changing of the name of Chavez Park, and then further direction as to whether or not you want to pursue the renaming, if possible, of the street.
Okay. But just to clarify, on the street, we're not gonna entertain that tonight. That's gonna come back once we know.
Making the change to the policy, and then you actually will have the authority to consider and entertain a motion to, not a motion, but to initiate the process for the naming of the, renaming of the park.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mike. So council, with that, then what I would like to do, to begin our discussion, and let me, so to be clear, then I want to make sure that we know we have one action to take tonight, and then the other is going to be a discussion. And so I want to take those two things separately. So we begin with the action of the policy and the procedures for the naming of the city parks and facilities. And then we come back to have a discussion on the guidance for the park. So I will begin with the guide with the policies and procedures first. So, but before I do that, so let me take it out to the public first. And this is on the policies and procedures for the renaming of the city parks, which clarifies the authority that comes back to the city council, and it clarifies some of the vested clarifies the authority of the council, right? And there's a lot of committees that don't exist anymore. And so with that, let me make sure that I take it out to the public, so the public has an opportunity to comment on the policy and procedures and the updates that are in our Exhibit A for our public. So do we have anyone from our public that is here with us?
Through the chair, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just want to clarify from Mike, because I don't want to, in terms of the public comment, I don't know if your intention was to have them speak on two different items, or should they speak on both together?
We want to separate them. This is just
Okay.
on the change to the resolution.
Okay.
Right.
Yes, because I think it's going to get confusing. So I want to make sure we're separating the two items.
Okay,
Yeah.
just want to make sure.
Yeah, so again, we're gonna take these two items separately because one's gonna require action, the other one's gonna require discussion and recommendation.
So we'll come back to the public again.
Yes,
Right.
Okay.
yes. So the first is for the Exhibit A, which is on the City of Soledad policy and procedures for the naming of the city parks and facilities, which is in the packet and it's under Exhibit A. And so do we have any public comments on the policy and procedures under Exhibit A? Any public comments from those that are joining us here in our chambers? So this is,
No entendí bien si es ya para sobre lo del parque o es.
pero este es solamente para las pólizas ahorita.
ok.
Es para las pólizas, no es para el
ok.
renombramiento. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so then I will take it out to those, then there is no public comments from those that are here in our chambers. I'll take it out to those that are joining us via Zoom. Any public comments? Okay, and seeing none, then I will bring it back to council then for comments and questions on the Exhibit A, which is the policy and procedures for the naming of the city parks and facilities. So let me start with Councilmember Caldera.
Well, after seeing everything that's going on, I believe it's a good idea. So to kind of facilitate the process by changing the policy and procedures, I'm in agreement.
Okay, so on the red line version of the Exhibit A, do you have any questions on any of the changes to this?
I don't.
No? Okay, then Mayor Pro Tem.
I also don't really have any questions. I think we should have the flexibility to be able to have conversations on changing the names of the park as a council, especially if we don't have a committee to do so. And I think conversations like these kind of remind us that this is kind of what we're here for as a council, is to have policies and to implement these policies and to kind of think ahead. So this isn't just because of one incident, but it's anything that happens in the future. It gives us the flexibility to be able to have these changes made as a council without having to go through a subcommittee that may or may not exist in the future.
Thank you. Councilwoman Bañuelos?
Yeah, I'm in agreement, but in the procedure, it says Community and Economic Development Director would be making those recommendations. Wouldn't we also be considering the Parks and Rec Committee? Well, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm thinking out loud. No, scratch that.
You mean department?
Yes. So no, I'm gonna take what I said. No other questions. No, this is just to the point, and also as I concur with Mayor Pro Tem that, you know, as a council, we're able to make those changes in necessary in future outcomes.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Cabrera?
Yes, I have actually a question. If you look at the procedure, number one, again, what Councilmember Bañuelos mentioned, why is Public Works a strike? And what is the benefit of putting community and development, economic development in making those decisions? What is the difference between having the Public Works, which is actually the ones that work with the streets and everything, and move it to the community and economic development? That's my first question.
I don't know, Mike, if you want me to answer.
Yeah.
Okay. Through the chair, I think that the reason is that they're not making the decision. The council would still be the deciding individual. They would be compiling the, you know, if someone
Information.
came and submitted a written request. This is very similar to how we operate, for example, with events. The Community and Economic Development Department filters in those requests, and then they coordinate amongst the departments, and then they come back to the council with a recommendation for you to take action. So the reason why we felt, and Mike can correct me if I'm wrong, but the reason why we felt this was easier is because that the Community and Economic Development Department is used to kind of permits, and they have a front counter. So it's just the intake process is a lot more defined than what exists in Public Works. Public Works doesn't have a front facing counter. So when people are submitting applications, it's just easier. And then the second thing is a lot of the renaming of the facilities are going to coincide with the subdivision developments. And so the Community and Economic Development Department leads that process. So it just made sense, since we had systems in place, that would be changed. But I don't know if Mike has anything else to add.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was the primary reason. And we did add language that indicated that any recommendation that comes from the Community and Economic Development Director should be accompanied by input from those department heads who have some stake in the game. And so the Public Works Director has not been cut totally out of the process and still would be involved in recommendations that might come before you.
Okay, and in looking at this, this is a procedure to name or rename, or just to name and we have a process or in the process of renaming them automatically means that we're going to remove the name that it was before?
Well, that's what the policy has you consider, right? So that's part of the consideration. So the renaming process would be a full consideration of what's the basis for the renaming, why, so forth and so on. And it would be done at the city council in an open meeting with input from the public as well.
But just to be clear, sorry, Councilmember Cabrera, go ahead.
So at the end of this, will the council members or the council will be able to change or to name parks and cities, or do we have to go through a process so that we can allow the public to participate in that process?
The public will participate in the process, so before the council could engage in a rename, there would be the discussion in open session. This is what we want to do, blah, 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 receive public input, it would be done, so forth and so on. So yeah, there definitely will be an avenue for public participation and input.
Okay, all right, thanks. It is a great document. I think we're gonna have staff did a wonderful job right there. And thank you so much for that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to reiterate, like in the policy, it does have naming and renaming of parks and facilities owned and operated by the city, but it doesn't have the streets, Mike. So I just want to make sure that I'm clear because it's not the streets. I know there's a different process as is in the council report on how the streets are named. So I just want to be clear that the policy that you guys have before you, you guys understood that it's the naming and renaming of parks and facilities owned and operated by the city. And in the objectives of the policy, it does have under item 5, that it is encouraging public participation and input in order to fully represent the best interests of the city in all of the areas. So it does clearly outline some of the public encouragement, but I just want to be clear that it's not specific to the streets.
That's correct.
So I just want to be clear that it doesn't state that.
A street renaming policy is a different animal altogether, right? I mean, that's causes a significant disruption in the life of the residents. Documents have to be changed. All your contacts need to be changed, so forth and so on. So usually street naming policies are standalone policies that contain language that talks about those sorts of issues. And there's definitely an emphasis not only on public input, but in most cases, those policies contain provisions that say a certain percentage of the individuals who live on that street have to agree to the proposed renaming.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to be clear on that. And then for me, in terms of the community and economic development, I know I did have the same discussion with Megan in terms of why not the recreation director or the recreation director instead of community and economic development. So just again, because of obviously why Megan stated that there's more already of a robust system within community and economic development to be able to absorb that makes sense, right? But with the understanding, obviously, that it's still within the purview of the council to be able to make the final determination on that with input from the other departments as well. I do have on the form, I like the addition of the form, which we didn't have before. So Mike, thank you for adding that. I do have a recommendation on the final form at the end, because we want to make sure that we also have the ability for people to submit their requests via email. So I know we didn't finish like who it's going to go to. So to put a phone number when we have someone, I think some of the things that we hear as a council is that, you know, we're trying to make sure that we are, you know, more technologically available as part of that. People can submit their forms if they want to, you know, through email or, you know, we have portals and stuff. So we want to make sure we get there. I know we're trying to. So people can complete these forms if they want, but I think even having these forms where people are fillable forms, right? So that we can have a lot of the stuff now
Google
that is
Docs.
not documented. People don't have to print it. And then, you know, some people obviously can still do that and we still want to make that available. But having an email where, you know, so it doesn't have an email, let's add or email it to whoever is going to be the department that's going to handle it. Let's add an email to the form. People can return the application to the city, but they can also email it. I mean, I think we're in this stage where we don't have to drop things off. People
through the chair, that's how our permitting process exists today. So we would convert the form into our own internal processes. We have a generic email. So like if someone's on vacation, it goes to the whole team. So we already have that in place and we'll implement it accordingly.
Okay. Yeah.
And
Thank you.
through the chair, with that, I think that when we don't have that information, is because we still have to assign it to somebody, right? It's not that we are approving this form and there is no a specific person which is already in charge of doing that. Is that?
It
So-
would be delegated to the
Yeah.
department.
No, so we don't have it. We don't have the phone number because it's not being delegated, but it doesn't mean that we can't put or email XXX, right? So for me, I know that we have, you know, we've utilized different systems. So I know that I'm aware because I hear from people, we still want to make sure that we're adding email address. And even if we don't have it, it's still because we're approving the form. So once we approve the form, it's going to go out. So even if we get something and it doesn't have it, I think it's important for us and prudent for us to add it. So I'm requesting to add an email.
Yeah, we do that already in all of our forms. So we would just replicate what we do for applications in our system. We would take that and be consistent across.
Okay.
And I don't know, I think Beatrice could correct me if I'm wrong, but we have a generic email so that we can.
Yes, we have our standard CED emailed, and I think we're also trying to be a little bit more user-friendly, that it's not just a PDF, but also something that people can fill out on their phone. So really maximizing the use of the forms that are available through the website. So we can definitely do something like that, that there's the format that it can be multiple screens on your phone and you can complete it that way. And then we get a receipt through the email. And then people who prefer hard copies, we can make sure to add the email there, because sometimes people like the hard copy, but they like to email it to you or scan it to you. So we can do both. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, for me, for the record, I just want to make sure that's my comment on that. So, yeah, thank you. Okay, so then, if there is no other comments and from the council in regards to the modification for the procedures on Exhibit A, then I will entertain a motion to approve the updates on the
Would be the motion would be for the approval of resolution 6347.
yes, approval of resolution 6347.
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
so I have a motion on the floor. Can we get a roll call, please?
Mayor Ana Velazquez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Fernando Ansaldo Sanchez,
Aye.
Councilmember Fernando Cabrera,
Yes.
Councilmember Enrique Benuelos,
Yes.
Councilmember Ben Caldera.
Yes.
Okay, so motion passes unanimously. Thank you, council. So there's updates to resolution, we've approved resolution 6347. Okay, perfect. So we will move on then to our next item. Then it'll be our second item then on this specific report, which is considering then initiating the process for the renaming, right? Second, discussion or guidance on the renaming of the park. This is not going to happen here in this meeting, so I just want to be clear with the council. That will be done if that's the decision of the council, then that will be done at a future meeting. But we'll have the discussion here. And so I just want to make sure that there's that we have clarity as we move on with this process. Then I also want to make sure that there was clarity on the action that was given by Mayor Pro Tem as well as he brought this item forward in terms of what that process would look like. I know that there was some, at least I think what I had understood, that it would still continue to be a tribute to obviously our farm worker movement. But I want to make sure that as we continue the discussion, that there's opportunity for each of us to be able to, I'm going to turn it over to him, but I want to make sure that I do a framework so we can continue the discussion in a manner that's productive and efficient as we move through this item that may be a little, maybe a little bit difficult and challenging. So what I would like to do, council, if we're in agreement, is that we each get like 3 minutes to, discuss this item, talk about, provide discussion and guidance on how you want to proceed with the specific item in terms of moving forward with the renaming or not. How do we want to proceed with that, right? And we're not discussing on the street side, but just on the park side. And then once we hear from everyone, I'll be taking notes. Once we hear from everyone, then we'll come back to see what that guidance is for our team. Okay.
Did you?
And I'm gonna take it out to the public.
okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it out to the public, but I just want to make sure that as a council, we're in agreement. Yeah. Okay.
Just a clarifying question, since I will begin the conversation to give the context, will I be then allowed to be part of the discussion afterwards? Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah, and so we'll take 3 minutes and, Darlene, is it okay if you time us? Yeah, okay, perfect. And then council, I am gonna ask that please, I mean, if council members are gonna make comments, it's council member has, each one of us has a right, because it's very different for each one of us. It's not an opportunity for us to rebuttal what the other one says. It's an opportunity for us to be able to provide our comments, our guidance on what we want to see, and then collectively we'll come back and see what the majority of us want to do. But I just want to make sure that we're respectful of that, because this is a very sensitive matter that, this is not open for us to be able to rebuttal what other people have to say, especially when it's a very emotional kind of charged discussion. So I just want to make sure that I say that. Okay, so with that, I want to open it up to the public. So I will open it up now to the public if there are any comments on the renaming of the discussion on the potential renaming of the Cesar Chavez Park. So ahora esta sí es la oportunidad de poder dar comentarios públicos.
And
so
and through the chair, we do have translation assistance, so we should be able to hear the translator.
Quería dar una opinión sobre lo del parque de César Chávez y quería solamente decir que me duele mucho ver que han quitado el nombre de César Chávez del parque, que su lucha y sacrificio significan mucho para muchas familias como la mía y no deberíamos olvidar a quienes nos abrieron el camino. No sé si lo están haciendo para seguir a los demás pueblos o no entiendo por qué lo están haciendo todo tan apresurado por unas alegaciones que según a mi entender no han sido confirmadas, no se ha hecho un juicio, ni las presuntas víctimas se han hablado por ellas mismas, solamente se están basando al periódico, a las entrevistas que hicieron y para mí no deberían de hacerlo y deberían de tomar en cuenta lo que las opiniones del pueblo, lo que la gente piense, si les parece justo y correcto que se haga ese cambio o si no lo quieren hacer. Esa es mi opinión. Gracias.
Gracias.
And then are we able to allow the our translator to repeat? Yeah, she might need.
Buenas
to-
noches.
Oh, un momento.
She had her hand raised.
She just needs to be enabled.
Okay.
It sounds like she might.
Are you able? Oh, yeah, okay, we can hear you now.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
One second.
Yeah, she said 1 second. Are you there, Kenny? I thought I heard her. Yeah, maybe you want to interpret? Yeah.
Está bien.
This is gonna be a resume, hopefully I still remembered, but mainly is our resident is that we're changing the name of the park of Cesar Chavez because he led an important movement, and the work that has been accomplished through that movement has been significant to many families in the area. She doesn't understand why we're rushing to do this, maybe because other cities around us are doing that, but so far the claims are accusations, nothing has been proven. It seems like everything that it's been brought up to the public so far is an interview in a newspaper article, but there are still accusations, and she just feels like we're rushing the process to change the name of someone that led the way for a very important movement.
Thank you, Beatriz.
Beatrice, we might need you to stay up there.
Are you able to hear me? This is the interpreter.
Oh, now we can hear you. Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Sorry, I
Okay.
had to connect with a different device. Thank you.
Okay,
Sí.
now-
Thank you. Adelante, señora.
Buenas noches, miembros del concilio y personas que nos acompañan aquí en la sala. Pues traigo mi opinión personal acerca del cambio de nombre para el Parque César Chávez. En lo personal no estoy de acuerdo porque se está mirando solamente lo negativo de este señor que fue llamado o se le sigue llamando como caudillo y defensor de los trabajadores del campo. Estamos ahora quizás disfrutando de lo que él luchó, de toda esa lucha que él tuvo antes, y hay cosas positivas que él hizo a favor de los campesinos. No estoy de acuerdo en que se borre nomás así como así el nombre de este parque que es muy conocido para nosotros y apreciado también por todo el trabajo que el señor César Chávez ha hecho para los campesinos, los trabajadores del campo. Hubo mucha lucha. Causa de eso también pues murió él en la lucha, siguió luchando para que en años anteriores supe que era un asadón cortito. Él luchó para que ahora fuera un asadón grande y no anduvieran los campesinos agachados. Entonces, luchó por diferentes cosas también, por maltratos, por todos los derechos laborales del trabajador. Y cambiar el nombre del parque así como así, en lo personal, no estoy de acuerdo. So, que si pueden tomar en cuenta eso. Gracias.
Gracias. Are you still able to hear me in chambers?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening to everyone present. My opinion is that the name should not be changed for just no reason at all. I don't agree with this. I feel that is something that everyone is just looking at all the negative or focusing on the negative from this outstanding man. He has been the defender of field workers, and we to this day are able to enjoy everything that he fought for, many good outcomes that he was able to achieve. And I don't think it's okay to just erase the past and erase his name from this park. We value him, we value his work, everything he did excuse me, on behalf of the field workers. He died in battle. He continued to fight until the very end. He was fighting for a small field tool to be longer, so field workers wouldn't be bent over working. He's done a lot for the workers. I think that it's not, the situation is not being treated fairly. And he fought for all the rights for all the laborers, and I do not agree with this change.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Como miembro de la comunidad de Soledad, estoy aquí para dejarles saber mis sentimientos en cuestión de este tema que bien lo mencionaron, es un tema muy delicado. Y tan delicado es que desafortunadamente el señor ya no está para defenderse. Entonces es un tema el que yo pidiera que antes de tomar una solución, como definitivamente se adelantaron al quitar las letras, por lo menos el color que destacaba tan hermoso de su nombre en el parque, se investigue antes de tomar una decisión tan drástica que realmente lastima a bastantes en esta comunidad que sabemos que nos basamos alrededor en los campos de todo lo que él luchó. Gracias.
Thank you. As a community member here in Soledad, I feel that this is a very delicate matter. And I also feel that it hasn't been decided fairly, and that people got ahead of themselves deciding to remove his name and that beautiful color from that place. I feel that we are still enjoying the benefits from his struggle. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I think those are all the public comments that we have. Yeah. Gracias por sus comentarios públicos. Let me take it out to see if there's anyone that is joining us and anyone that's joining us for any public comments for those that are joining us via Zoom. Okay, any public comments from those that are joining us via Zoom? Okay, and I see no hands raised. So then at this time, then I will close the public comment period for the second portion of this specific item. And then I will now bring it back then to the council for discussion and consideration. Well, let me, so before we open it up for the council, then I just want to make sure that we get clarification in terms of the intention behind the discussion. And just to be clear, I will turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem, and then I will open it up for the discussion, and I'll start with the individual council members.
Yeah, so I think like the public mentioned, it kind of all happened really fast and really quickly. My comment on March 18th meeting was to bring this back as a conversation. My intent was not to bring it back this quickly. I think I had mentioned that in my comments, like later down the line. It is before us now, and I'm at least glad that we were able to have a policy change to be able to have these discussions. This is before us now, so I will give a little bit more context. So my intention, of course, is never to erase what the labor movement was. I think the labor movement is something that is very important. My city bio, I don't know if people read that, but my great-grandfather came to the US as part of the Bracero program. And so I come from a family of farm workers and family of working class. My grandmother on my mother's side, unfortunately, had a cerebral hemorrhage working in the field. So it's something that's very important to me as well, recognizing that that's where I come from. But also the situation that came up and these allegations, they are serious, you know, and speaking personally, I tend to kind of believe victims when they kind of talk about this sort of thing too. And I know at least in my family, there's folks that say, hey, like the labor movement is important, but I don't know if we should be uplifting somebody that has these sort of allegations. And I think that's kind of where my mindset was, but to also open it up to the community to be able to have these discussions and hear what they have to say. I think it's important to not only hear from the community, but also have these discussions and be open, even if we disagree. And in my comment also, I really wanted us to be able to have conversations with various labor movements. Our Líderes Campesinas here too to kind of guide those conversations. But I do want to reiterate that my thought process is not to erase the movement at all. I would want us, if we move forward in renaming, to rename, well, my thought was, I even told Mike, was to rename it Campesinos Park or something similar so that we're still able to honor the farm worker movement and have maybe like a placard or something in the park that kind of talks about the labor movement, other folks that were part of the movement, because, you know, he's the name that a lot of us know. But there are a lot of other folks that were part of that movement, and we have a lot of local folks here in town that were part of the movement as well. I know Mayor Velasquez's father was part of the UFW movement, so I just want to give that kind of clarity and clarification that my intent is never to erase what the movement was. And I hear what folks are saying, you know, and I take that as well, but that's kind of where it came from. And then I will hold my overall comments and recommendations for the discussion.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for providing that context. Okay, so with that, then I will start with the just having the conversation. So we'll start with giving each of the council members 3 minutes, and you don't have to take the 3 minutes, but we're gonna do the 3 minutes if you want the 3 minutes, just to kind of give everybody enough ample time to be able to share your thoughts and what you guys you know, some of the guidance that you guys have or feel about this specific item, with the understanding again that we know it's a very personal for some of us and very contentious item. So I'll start with Councilmember Councilmember Bañuelos. Let's start on this side. I already started on this.
I'm not gonna use my 3 minutes, but I'm gonna just do real talk. Real talk is when I heard it, upset, my emotions. You know, I too was part of the movement because my dad was part of the UFW, and he actually did the marches, and we went with him. I was a little kid, you know, but just to be part of that movement with Cesar Chavez, it was just, you know, wow, I was part of that. But just going back to when it occurred last week, I mean, the 18th, I was just upset. My emotions arise. I was like, man, let's take the name off. But that was just my emotions. But I had to sit down and really process and understand, well, it's just not him. It's, you know, our farm workers, our campesinos that helped made that movement. And I did get a couple of calls, messages, and of course, they said, you know, we need to do something. We need to, you know, but that's just, I want to make sure you understand that I'm not going to make change for my emotions. I need to sit down, be silent, and process everything that was my movement, you know, with my dad. And the movement is just as a whole community, and it was just not one person. I do want to emphasize on the survivors, not victims, but to move forward. I just wanted to just share. We are going to move forward with whatever we need to, but then I'm going to just refrain my emotions and just kind of listen and process. And I'm just going to, you know, just say this, I'm going to just walk in wisdom, listen to wisdom, and listen to my community, you know, and advocate for what our community wants moving forward. Whether I'm in disagreement or agreement, I'm going to advocate and do things what our community wants us to do.
Thank you. Okay. Councilmember Caldera.
Yes, it's my turn, huh? I still believe in the justice system. I believe that I still believe that you're still innocent until proven guilty. Even though, you know, men in the place of power whatever it is, that they do, it, you don't think reasonable, and, there could be victims out there. I mean, I'm pretty sure it might be. But I still believe that you're innocent until proven guilty. I believe that, I'm gonna ask Darlene, maybe she can have my email available for the Soledad residents if they want to reach out to me, at least my district. So this way I can form my opinion on the majority of our the people who I serve. Of course, we all serve the entire city, but I mean, at least my district gets some input from my district. And that's my take. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Caldera. Councilmember Cabrera?
Thank you. And when it comes to news related to the EFW, it is close to my heart because I work with two sister organizations, which is Lupe and Field. And I got the opportunity to meet people that continuously work, not just for one time or one season, but continuously work and advocate for the rights of the people. And we like to remind the people or our residents, that all the things that the movement earn, for instance, water and restrooms in the fields, unemployment to agricultural workers, union recognition, and safety standards, that we still continue to this day fight for that every single day. And I got the opportunity to see all that time and sacrifices that people do every single day so that we can have that. Remember that we are an agricultural community, and all this struggle that the movement went through is deeply embedded into our families. All of us come either from the Bracero movement, which was my grandfather and all my uncles and aunts in Soledad and other places in the United States. But the most important thing that we have to look into it is the process. I said it before, and I will say it again. We need a process, and happily, we have a process already. We have approved the process in which we can make a decision, but we cannot make a decision without the input of our community. Strong input from them, because at the end, they are the ones who are continuously going to use that park. Yes, Cesar Chavez was accused of horrendous actions, and I'm not gonna try not even to sugarcoat it, that because I have daughters, I have sisters, I have a lot of women in my life that suffer a lot, and we still see in places like our fields around, that women continue to suffer violence, abuse, and many of them sexual abuse. So I'm not going to call that part, but I think that we have to focus in communicating with the community so that they can come up with something. I think that they should be allowed to say, to name the park, and to tell us what to do next. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
So it's no secret that I'm probably, for the renaming of the park. And I say that because I don't know, I guess I wasn't obviously part of the movement. I have family that were, and to me, it just would make more sense to have a name that represents the movement and not represent a person. So for me, that would be my recommendation, is to have a conversation of renaming the park and have the community be part of that input through a survey that maybe we can have our community engagement team do and see if that's something that they're interested in. But I hear what the community is asking for also, and maybe there is an option in the survey that says don't rename it and keep it the same. I would not be in favor of that, but if that's what y'all want, you know, we are a democracy after all, so it is what the majority says. But that would be my recommendation. I know it is a heavy topic. And you know, I hear you all as well, but that's where my kind of mindset goes. You know, I would rather the park be representative of the community as a whole and as the community that has worked here. Again, as opposed to a single person. I don't know if I have anything else to add other than that, but yeah, I mean, again, hopefully I'm making sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for that. In terms of a recommendation, I mean, in terms of a process, right? So I heard community process. I heard, I want to hear from my constituents, sorry, I'm using like state constituents. I want to hear from my residents, right? So I want to hear from the community. You know, Councilmember Caldera, you talked about, you know, your specific, because you're in a district, from your district, representatives, you know, community, Councilmember Cabrera, you know, going out to the community. We approved a process. While the policy that we approved doesn't necessarily have a specific community outreach process, and has that we're going to go out to the community, but I don't think it really establishes how we're going to do that. I think this is the discussion that we have before us, is how do we want to engage the community? It has that we're going to engage the community, which is part of the policy, but it doesn't necessarily give us, you know, different ways to do that. So I think that is incumbent upon us of how do we want that to look like. There's different ways that we can determine, you know, as a council, what we want that to look like, if that is part of the outreach to the community. So I think that could be a discussion. Councilwoman Bañuelos, I know you talked about you want to ensure that, you know, you'll listen to the community at the end, right? Is what does the community want us to do? We want to listen to. I think we're all in agreement that the community component is important. We heard from some of our community members today, but being able to do a collective decision to be able to do more community outreach and gather more input from our community, I think we can agree that the majority would want to do that before we move forward. And given the clarity that Mayor Pro Tem brought to us tonight, that when he proposed this at the last council meeting, which I wasn't part of, but he did ask for this to come back. And I want to thank staff for bringing it back diligently, but not necessarily, you know, for it to come back now, but it did. But we have this before us, and I think it's an opportunity for us, you know, to be able to have this discussion. So the policy clearly needed to be updated, which it did. And now it's, what do we want to do with that? And how soon do we want to bring that back? I think going out to the community, and I think the discussion for us is, how do we want that to look? And what are some of the community outreach methods of how we want to engage our community? So I think those are important points of what discussion we want to have tonight. So those are the comments in terms of what I'm hearing. So, but those aren't really my comments starting. I just wanted to kind of wrap up like some of the points that I heard from everybody. And so I think, are we clear on that, right? That the community piece is where we want to go before there's any decisions that are made, correct? Okay, so we have a consensus on that.
Point of clarification. So those were now your 3 minutes.
Those are not my 3 minutes. I'm just trying, because I was taking notes while all of you guys were speaking, because I wanted to make sure that I that there was consensus in terms of everything that you guys discussed to understand how we wanted to move forward for some of the discussion today. And so all of you guys talked about community and going back to gather community input.
Yes, but at the beginning you said that we were just gonna express our opinions and then come back with something else. And it seems to me unnecessary that you point out every item that we express.
Well, Councilmember Cabrera, let me make it really clear that when we started this process, I wanted to make sure that as your chair for this council, I want to ensure that I'm clear on how we're going to move forward. We had 2 items before us, and it is my job and my duty to ensure that I have clarity in terms of what we're going to do and how we're going to move this forward. So
But that's not what you said before.
that is what I said at the beginning. And so I did tell you guys that I was going to take down notes. So I was going to be able to ensure that I understood what everybody wanted to do because this item was going to be very contentious. So I want to make that clear. That is my role as a chair, and I'm going to exercise that role. So I did it. I have my notes before me, and I wanted to make sure that there was clarity and there's consensus in that. So now I want to exercise my role as well as giving my 3 minutes. So, Darlene, let me make sure that I have my 3 minutes.
I am paying attention. You guys are talking about having respect, and you guys don't respect that. So start by respecting.
Excuse me, council member,
before-
you're out of order.
Why don't you tell him that
You're out
he's
of
out of
order,
order?
council member Cabrera.
He was out of order too. Why didn't you say
Councilmember
something?
Cabrera, I don't want to argue with you. I'm the
Me
chair.
either,
so
but
please
why don't
respect
you
that.
ask him
So please,
to stay
Councilmember
in order?
Cabrera, you're out of order. Please respect the chair. Please
You didn't
respect
respect
the
me.
role of the chair. Please respect the role of the chair. Okay, so I'm gonna, so I am gonna move forward with my 3 minutes. So Darlene, can you time me? Thank you. So I just want to say, for me, this is a very difficult discussion, and I appreciate all the comments that everybody made today. Obviously, for me, it's very personal as well. Like many in our community, my father was a bracero. My father was part of the UFW. I remember as a little girl participating in the marches that we had, and we had those here in Soledad. And so I know there was a lot of our community members, as was mentioned here, that are really tied to the movement and are really tied to, to the labor movement, and really instrumental. And I know I can account for my life being transformed because of my dad's role in the UFW and because of many other farm workers that were part of the UFW and what they were able to do to make my life better. And in turn, the life of my kids is a lot better because of the farm worker movement. And many of the students that I grew up with going to school, many of us were kids of farm workers, and many of them went out to college. And so I know a lot of us, our lives were transformed because of that. A lot of what they did in terms of the Agriculture Labor Relations Act and really to improve a lot of the conditions in the fields were really instrumental. And the fight is not over, right? Because there's still a lot of work to do in terms of changing the labor rights of many. So I want to make sure too, as we continue with the park and the discussions about what the renaming or what we're going to do, that we don't erase history. That is part of our history. That is part of many of us who grew up here in the Salinas Valley in California. That is part of who we are. And those are some of our leaders in terms of what they were able to do to really provide us with a voice and an opportunity to ensure that we use not just the voice, but our voting power to make changes that were needed for people to have the rights that they were afforded under our Constitution. So there was a lot because of that. My dad became a U.S. citizen. my dad always wanted to vote. Because of that, I learned how important the vote was, because of what was taught, not just about the labor conditions and about the rights in the field, but also the rights as stewards of our communities and of our country. So I think that's really important, but also in terms of the victims, and especially the victims of sexual assault, I think it's really important for us to really make sure that we're looking at the systems that allow for our country to continue to not listen to those that have been sexually assaulted. And we need to address those policies. So my time's up. So with that then council is, with the discussion then, let's bring it back. So it looks like tonight then, we want to move forward, that we agreed. I mean, it looks like, as I said, we agreed that we're going to move forward then with going out, reaching out to the community before there's any decisions made. And then there was input in terms of a survey, a potential survey. Do we agree that we want a survey conducted to the community? And part of those questions includes a potential rename, but with the, I think it's important to be able to frame the context that we still want it to be a tribute to our farm workers. I don't think it's not the same as we're renaming a park and we want to leave it open for any name, but it's really to continue to ensure that that park continues to be a tribute to our farm worker movement.
I don't think you can do that. I
You can
mean,
do that?
well, I think that if you're going to open it up to the public for renaming, you have to be willing to accept any suggestions that the public may have with respect to the renaming. It's up to you if you want to then focus on, no, we're appreciative of the suggestions. However, we believe as a council that we want to do this, right? But I think that if you're going to open it up and survey the public, you have to allow them to submit whatever names they think would be appropriate.
I have a clarifying question. Would we be able to have, I think I already know the answer, but I'm going to just finish my sentence. Would we be able to like offer some suggestions for the public to vote on? And then B, would we have like a 2-tier question of yes or no rename? And then if you vote yes, rename, you can put in the options. And then if you vote no, then the survey ends, or I don't know. I don't know if I'm thinking too hard on
Yeah,
that.
I
But
think that's too complicated.
I don't know, through the chair, I don't know if this would work, but I mean, maybe, we can, have a public process, but it's kind of like the public is making a recommendation for the council to consider on the final decision. Kind of similar, like the planning commission makes a recommendation to the council, but ultimately, whether or not you adopt their recommendation is kind of up to the discretion. So we could have some type of public process. I know that we went through, when I was working in Salinas, we went through a public process to name the Share Center the homeless shelter. And it was a pretty good process. That maybe it involved kind of a 2-step process. I don't know if this would work for Mike or not, but one was getting some kind of suggestions, and then I think the board came up with the top 3 choices from the public, and then the board just wanted to see what people's favorite was, so they put it back out. And then I think they took action, and they all aligned and they picked the name based on the public feedback, but it still came back to the board of supervisors, I believe, to select the name.
Yeah, I mean, the decision making is still done here by the
Council.
council.
Yeah.
the policy itself has language that talks about these are the parameters for naming a park and various suggestions, a historical event, some geological figure, whatever. It's not as if you're just opening the gates to somebody saying like, oh, anything, I want to name it, Coca-Cola Park or whatever, right? I mean, so there are some guidelines within the policy itself in terms of the suggestions that we receive. I think you just have to be really careful about sort of saying like, we're going to open it to the public, but only what we want to hear, right? And that's what you would be doing. I think you said we wanted to limit it to
Through
specific.
the chair, is it possible to utilize the same process that we use for the Gavilan Park, or for the Orchard Park? Yeah.
For the Orchard Park, so.
Yeah, I
Yes.
think we could, I believe that we did not have as many, I think once we started calling it Orchard Lane Park, I wasn't sure that many people came up with suggestions. So maybe there's a little bit more outreach that we could do to get, suggestions, but that was my understanding that we did do that and we could, but maybe we can get a little bit more vetting. And maybe more people will respond because this is an issue that touches a lot of people.
So Megan, can you bring back what? Because I can't remember what we did with the Orchard. I can't remember the process. Maybe I'm just blanking out on it, but can you bring back that? Because I don't remember. I know Jesus kind of did it, but I don't think anything ever came back to us. Or maybe it did, but I know we named it Orchard Park. But can we get that and the public process for the other one that you talked about?
I
just, for me, I'm hesitant about, I get what you're saying, Mike, that it has to follow the procedures that we just approved, but maybe I'm just not gonna be an okay because I don't want to rename it. I mean, I get it. I just, I mean, for me, it's a tribute
But
to.
that's within your discretionary authority, right? I mean, if you get 100 names and you are able to sort of then, as a council, decide these are the ones that we want to consider. You make your point. We consider that it's important to maintain the overall intent of the current name and to honor and the movement or whatever you want to say, right? And so for that reason, we're going to pick these 4 names, right, as opposed for consideration. But I still think that in order to have a fair process, you have to have it open to suggestions for naming that as the policy dictates.
Yeah, and I think that was the process that occurred with the shelter naming. It was open, but the body reduced the names and then it went back out to the public. But it was just a recommendation at the end of the day.
Right.
If we went out with a survey and brought it back with recommendations, understanding that these met the naming policies and the desires of council, we can do that. And then you'll have, whatever you want, 3 to 5 names, and then you can decide if you want to go back out to the public again, or if that's enough feedback and you could vote on one of those names.
Yeah, well, it says what we just approved. It says the city council has final approval and may reject any naming request. So
Yeah.
no appeal rights are conferred by the existence of this policy. So we don't have to go back out. I mean, if we say we reject all the names and we want a different name, we can do that.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think
yeah, exactly.
That's what we just approved.
As long as on the record you articulate why you decided to do that, right? The same thing with the preference. Whatever preference you decide to choose, you just need to, on the record, state why you've decided this is the name that you want. That's the process that's involved.
So to the chair, can we go back to it? You mentioned, as Mayor Velasquez mentioned, to do a survey. And also, Councilmember Caballero said just to make the approach as like the approach of Orchard Lane. And we can give them 3 selections, Cesar Chavez Park remain, if they have any suggestions, but it has to meet the criteria of we just approved. the objectives, the qualifying names, the criteria, and, and we just move forward from there. And I wanted to also comment, those of you who are listening or watching later, I do really encourage you to share your voice. Yes, share it with us here as well. But I really want you to encourage to challenge yourself and come and share this either by email or anonymous, or just come to one of our council meetings. So I really want to challenge you with that. So thank you.
Yeah, and let me just make a
Yeah.
correction, because I know Mayor Pro Tem was the one that talked about the survey, of doing the survey, and then he also added the leaving just leaving it, do not rename, right? So just leaving it as Cesar Chavez Park. And then I haven't seen yeah, and then looking at the Orchard Lane, because I don't remember the survey on that.
So in terms of a survey, are we talking about a survey? Or are you actually talking about a solicitation, something that would say the city council is considering the renaming of the park, blah, 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 blah. Here's the policy. Please submit any suggestions you have for it, right? As opposed to giving, here's the 4 choices. Which one do you like best?
Yeah.
I think that you're actually soliciting at this point proposed names for the park, and including if somebody decided we want the park's name to stay the same, they would just submit no change, keep it at whatever, right?
I think it's
Through the chair, to the chair, since what we approve right now is putting the Department of Economic and Community and Economic Development, why don't we assign them to provide us with a possibility or some sort of either a survey or a request or whatever, so that we can build in it, so that we don't spend the rest of the night trying to build something. So why don't we assign them so that they can bring us something for the next meeting? Because I feel like we're not gonna be able to come with a solid idea to proceed. So that is my suggestion.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Cabrera, but I think we need to provide that direction to them instead of them having to provide us with a direction. So I think I like the survey, like they said, is probably not a survey. I think it's a solicitation, as Mike said, because we need to go out to the community to be able to solicit, right? This is what we're requesting. And I think all we need now, I think there's enough guidance in terms of it's a solicitation. Here's what we're requesting. Here are the guidance that we've already approved. So we've already approved the policy. So having that language in the form, and then with the addition of what we said, what we agreed that, or if there's no change, then there's no change. You keep the name, and then that comes back.
I think we have adequate
Yeah.
direction.
I
I mean,
think
we
we
don't,
do.
we may not need to recreate the wheel. There's a number of cities and counties and so forth that are going through the same process, and we probably can piggyback off of what other folks have done in terms of soliciting names and suggestions for renaming. So happy to look into that and then bring something back for your folks' consideration. And then after that, you can put it on the website and we can have it in hard form here at the council chambers and so forth. So, okay.
Yeah, and then just for full transparency, this is not going to be assigned to the Community and Economic Development Department, but will be assigned to community engagement because they were involved with the Orchard Lane Park before. And I just want to make sure I'm not overburdening our economic development and housing engines with the survey work, when I think Eric is probably best suited, if that's okay with you, Councilmember Cabrera.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, and I think we're in agreement with that. So I think it's a council decision in terms of where it's gonna go. And I think this matter because it's different than a whole renaming of that we're engaging, which is a different circumstances than including a renaming of a different park, right? Like Orchard Lane Park, which is different. So I think we're all in agreement then, council.
We've got consensus.
We got consensus.
And again, I just want to state for the record to make it clear that there has been no decision made this
No
evening about
decision.
renaming and even whether or not that process will actually occur. At this point, the
Correct.
council wants to engage with the community in a conversation about
Yep.
the possible renaming of the park and has given direction to staff to prepare some solicitation so we can gauge and get public input on this matter.
Before we move forward.
And through the chair, I did want to let the public know that the reason why we removed temporarily, we have it in storage, the plaque and the sign was a fear of vandalism because there's some very passionate feelings about it. So we're putting it in storage for a cooling off period. But if the council decides not to rename the park, they can be back installed. So I just wanted to make sure the public knew that.
Yeah, okay.
Good.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you for that discussion. And so we will move on then to our next item on our agenda. So thank you so much for our public that came here also to provide their input. I appreciate it. Okay, so with that, then we will move on to our next item of business. So let me get my agenda. I'm sorry.
Good.
Got it. Yep. Okay, so we'll move on then. And we will move on to our reports. So, okay, so we'll move on to mayor and adios. We'll move on to mayor and reports and acknowledgements. And so, thank you, Darlene. Okay, ready. Okay, so on council on so I'll report on some of the committee's activities that I attended as of March 18th through April 1st. On the 21st of March, I attended the Mexican Mobile Consulate at the Community Center. That's part of the partnership with the San Jose Consulate that was established in last year, the partnership with the city. I also attended the Legal Observer training held at Hartnell Soledad campus by the Monterey County Solidarity Network, which they are in need of more South County legal observers. Also on the 23rd, I attended the Salinas Valley Mayors and City Managers meeting. Soledad was hosting that meeting. Greenfield discussed, their city manager provided an update on the Wallace Foundation grant. They will be receiving $5 million over a 5-year period. We had a presentation by CASA of Monterey County that provided a presentation and also requested support from South County leaders as they need more mentors to support our South County youth. So if anyone's interested, please let me know. I do have a contact. They also provided, Gonzalez also provided information that the Coastal Commission will be holding their public meeting at the Gonzalez Community Center on April 15th through the 17th. And the city will be posting a press release on the public meetings. I also attended the LAFCO meeting on Monday, the 23rd. The results of the special election for the regular special district member were announced. So Marianne Leffel was sworn in for another 4-year term, which ends in 2030. They're also now doing the elections for the alternate special district member, and it closes on April 20th. The board received 5 applications for the public member and an alternate public member seats. 1 person withdrew from that, so the board will be making appointments at its next meeting. Also, the board approved the preliminary draft annual work plan for 2026 and 27. On the 25th, I attended a tour of the fire department and the Soledad Community Center with Senator Lofgren's team as part of the capital project funding process and sharing our needs for the city of Soledad. On the 26th, I attended the Ruta Consular with the Mexican Consulate. Again, it's part of the partnership we have with the city. And then on the 31st, I met with Megan as part of our one-on-one meetings and attended the Main Street Middle School Career Day. And I like to say, once a Trojan, always a Trojan. And then on April 1st, today I met with Cornerstone New Hope Ministries to discuss on one of their ideas that they have for Los Coches Adobe. So with that, I am done with my report. So just a couple of updates, reminders. On April 25th, we do have the What I Wish My Parents Knew workshops. That's at the Main Street Middle School with the Police Department and Building Healthy Communities. And tomorrow we have the Wingstop grand opening. Okay, so with that, I'm done, and I will turn it over to Councilmember Caldera.
Mine's quick all the time. On the 21st, I attended the Mexican consulate what is it, community engagement that they had, their services at the community center. The 30th, I stopped into the Wingstop place there because I don't think I'm going to be able to make it tomorrow. So I did stop in and introduce myself to the manager there and got to see the place there. Really, really good. Anyways, and then today, or actually at 31st, I had a briefing with Megan. And that is it.
Awesome, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, so I just want to give an acknowledgement to Sam Gomez, who helped create a Instagram reel for our proclamation on Transgender Day of Visibility. And so I just wanted to give a thank you to Sam and their efforts with Eric. Unfortunately, it was contentious online on our Facebook group, and so I'm a little disappointed that happened, but I just wanted to give that acknowledgement to Sam and say that I'm thankful. And here at the City of Soledad, we want to make sure that everybody feels included, no matter what their orientation is, what their gender is, and stuff like that too. So I kind of wanted to reiterate that here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Bermudez.
Yes, I have a lot, but I'm gonna just highlight a few. And so I attended briefly the 21st, the Mexican consulate on that Saturday. I want to say thank you for continuing to partner up with the City of Soledad so that way we can continue to bring the services here, not only just here, but South County. I also participated on the 24th at the San Vicente Career Day with Councilmember Cabrera, the Soledad PD, the Soledad Fire, CAL FIRE, our local agencies and businesses who participated as well. And also big shout out to Salinas Valley Recycles that also participated in Career Day. So I want to say thank you to our GM and our finance director, Ray as well, who participated. I also attended the Historical Society special meeting, and they're wanting to plan an expansion, Megan. So I don't know if Greg had mentioned that to you. And also, I also attended, no, I think that was, and then also my last a few things is I wanted to highlight on April 12th, there is going to be a grand opening as well for Higher Limits. Higher Limits is the new barbershop is towards the end where it used to be Soledad Auto Parts. And also I want to acknowledge Jessica Potts. Jessica, you did a great upbringing with the staff at Soledad Parks and Rec. So I just want to say thank you so much. And you're going to be dearly missed. And also I want to honor Alicia Espino, one of my dear friend's moms. She retired as an attendance clerk with LSL High School for 30 years. Gilbert Flores, he retired from Monterey County Probation Officer. He served for 32 years. Frances Diaz, she is a native of Soledad, but moved to Gonzales, and she was 56 years old. And also I want to acknowledge Juan Cabrera Salas. He is a resident here for the City of Soledad, and I just wanted to honor them with my last 30 seconds. And these are for people that were part of the Solid, here. And I just want to say thank you. And I'm going to use my last 30 seconds to have a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cabrera?
Yes, I have couple of things only. On the 21st, I attended the Consulado Mobile at the community center here in Soledad. It was impressive for all the people that helped and all the people that attended. Hopefully, we can bring more of these Consulado Mobiles to our city. I also attended the Career Day on the 24th for the San Vicente. Was it San Vicente? I'm sorry, I'm tired. Anyway, so I attended. We had the opportunity to share our lives with professional lives with a group of students, and I actually saw the how impressed the little kids were with all the professionals that were there. Many of them from here, from Soledad, and others from other cities as well. And I want to acknowledge three people. First, I want to acknowledge the Monterey Bay Football Club, which is a soccer team in Monterrey, which started their female division this year, for which Vanessa Aguilar from here from Soledad was hired. So she's going to be playing in Monterrey. Hopefully, we can see her play soon. And that is encouragement for all our female athletes here in Soledad, those who play soccer and other sports, so they know that there is opportunities for them. What my wife, back when she was little, saw as a dream, now as an opportunity for all of our people, all us players. The other person that I want to recognize is Jessica Potts, which is leaving our city, and I did have the opportunity to meet Jessica when she studied early in her program, and the way that she impacted our cities and our residents has been enormous. We are going to miss her. The other person that I want to acknowledge is my father passed away last Monday at 3:30 a.m. and is the four people that I have in Soledad Cemetery. So we have four corners. Descanse en paz, mi papá. Gracias.
Thank you, Councilmember Cabrera. So with that, we'll go on to our next item, which is City Manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I did want to acknowledge Councilmember Cabrera. I'm so sorry for your loss, and I just wanted to commend your dedication to be here tonight on the day that of your father's funeral. So thank you for your commitment to the city. I did want to let council know on the future agenda items. I'm going to be working on a spreadsheet that I will share in the future that will help us track when you provide us with guidance of things you want to move forward, and with some dates or if we're going to refer them for information. But I don't want to seem like I'm dismissing what you're asking us for. So again, with the help of having Mike here and with Darlene's support, we'll be able to bring that next meeting. I did want to let folks know that Darlene and I participated in a meeting of the 4th of July committee. We unfortunately for the public can't afford to do fireworks this year, but we are looking at how we can elevate the event given the fact that it's the 250th anniversary of the United States. So we're working on that. I also wanted to let council know that Mike and I will we're working on the budget, Mike taking the major heavy lift of that, but I do acknowledge that we need to do more education for our community. So we're going to figure out how we can kind of educate so that people understand our financial challenges ahead. So we'll be working on that. I asked Eric to reach out to the members of the immigration subcommittee so we can get a meeting on the books. And I do know he's been in conversation with the Mexican consulate about an October Mobile event. And then lastly, I just wanted to mention that we have a lot of events on April 4th, Saturday. We have the egg hunt for families from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. It'll be in Orchard Lane Park this year. We have the El Marquedito, which will be at the at 1 o'clock at the in downtown at the park. And then I just heard that the kids are doing their artwork on the streets in front of San Vicente. So we're gonna have a very busy Saturday today, this coming Saturday. So hopefully people can participate. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan, and thank you for your report changes too that had the strategic plan items on them. I appreciate it. So thank you for adding that to it. So future agenda items, and I'm just gonna open it up on this one if there's any future agenda items, and I just want to caution on future agenda items since we have a lot already on the staff plate, is just making sure that it is a future agenda item, or is it just a comment or a question or an update, you can reach out to to Megan. But if it's a future agenda item that requires a policy or a staff report, let's just be vigilant about the work that needs to be done for future agenda items, please. So with that, I'll open it up for any future agenda items. Okay, seeing none, Councilmember Cabrera.
No.
Okay, so seeing none, then with that, I do want to adjourn this meeting, and I also want to echo Megan's sentiment and just say, you know, our condolences to Councilmember Cabrera, and thank you for being here. You know, obviously there was, you know, today was a burial of his father, and so thank you for your commitment. And I do want to adjourn this meeting in memory of Councilmember Cabrera's father, Juan Cabrera Salas, and our condolences. May he rest in peace, and our condolences to Councilmember Cabrera and his family. So we